Good evening, and welcome to the Sleepy Club. This is a gentle place where we learn while slowly drifting toward sleep. Here, calm and thoughtful stories share quiet knowledge and guide the mind into rest, without effort, without hurry. Before we begin, I would love to know where in the world you are listening from tonight, and what time it is for you right now. Whether you are wrapped in blankets as the night grows deeper, or watching the sky soften with the first light of early morning, you are very welcome here. Tonight's story follows a slow, ancient rhythm. We will wander along moonlit shores and explore how the moon, silent and distant, gently pulls at the oceans of our world. We will discover how tides rise and fall, how the sea breathes, and how this quiet gravitational dance has shaped life, climate, and time itself. As you listen, allow your shoulders to relax, allow your breath to deepen. There is nothing you need to remember, nothing you need to understand perfectly. Let the ideas drift past you, softly, like waves sliding over sand, beneath a pale, quiet night sky. If you enjoy these calm, unhurried journeys, you are always welcome to like this video and subscribe to the Sleepy Club. It helps this peaceful little space grow and helps others find a gentle place to rest. Now, settle comfortably into your bed. Take a slow, deep breath in and gently let it go. Allow your eyes to close, your body to soften, and the noise of the day to fade into the background. Leave behind whatever no longer needs your attention and drift slowly toward a calm and restful night. I will keep things soothing and gentle, never too gripping. And if you find yourself awake thinking about tidal forces and orbital motion, at least your thoughts will be resting on solid science while the moon continues its quiet work above. Do settle in now. Allow the blankets to gather around you like warm sea foam. Take a deep breath and begin this slow drift into understanding and rest. Imagine a beach at dawn, where the sky is only just beginning to glow with the faintest hint of color. The wind murmurs softly, and the waves move slowly up the sand as if they are stretching after a long night of sleep. Everything feels calm and rhythmic, almost as if the ocean itself is breathing in and out, following a steady ancient rhythm. This gentle motion is the tide, quiet and constant and unimaginably old. Beneath this peaceful ritual, however, lies a story shaped by immense and invisible forces, a kind of planetary choreography that has been unfolding for billions of years. At the center of this story stands our moon, calm and steady, guiding the oceans without sound. In the simplest sense, tides are the regular rise and fall of sea levels across the entire planet. They are not merely water moving back and forth at random. They are not caused by the wind, by passing ships, or by any restless urge within the ocean itself. They exist because of an intricate gravitational dance between the Earth, the Moon, and the Sun. This cosmic exchange of attraction and motion shapes the very rhythm of our world. Twice each day, every single day, the sea withdraws from the shore and then gently returns. This pattern is so steady and dependable that human civilizations have relied on it for thousands of years. Ancient fishermen in China and Mesopotamia planned their harvests around it. Medieval monks aligned their prayers with it. Entire cities have risen beside it, and some have even disappeared because of it. To understand why the tides behave this way, imagine the Earth not as a solid sphere, but as something closer to a water-filled balloon, wrapped in a thin skin of land. Now, imagine the moon, silvery and patient, exerting its gravitational pull on that balloon. This pull is not sudden or forceful, but subtle and continuous. The gravity of the moon draws the oceans toward it, creating a swelling of water on the side of Earth that faces the moon. This swelling forms what we experience as a high tide. At the same time, something equally fascinating happens on the opposite side of the planet. As the moon pulls on Earth, the solid body of the planet is drawn slightly toward it as well. The water on the far side lags behind just a little, like a sleepy creature reluctant to move. This difference in gravitational pull creates a second swelling of water on the side facing away from the moon. It is not because the moon pulls that water outward, but because it pulls it less strongly than it pulls the center of the Earth. This gentle imbalance in gravitational force, known as a tidal force, stretches the oceans into an elongated shape. One bulge points toward the moon and the other points away from it. As the Earth rotates beneath these oceanic bulges, different regions pass through them, experiencing high tides and low tides in a steady, repeating pattern. It is a quiet masterpiece of gravity at work. All of this is happening continuously, even now. As you rest beneath the covers, the moon is softly tugging at the oceans, and where a shoreline is slowly being revealed, a boat settles lower in a harbor. A crab considers whether it is safe to emerge from beneath a rock. The time between one high tide and the next is about 12 hours and 25 minutes. This interval exists because the moon itself is always moving. As Earth turns, the moon continues its orbit, advancing a little further along its path each hour. Because of this motion, each high tide arrives slightly later than the one before it. Along coastlines, this delay amounts to roughly 50 minutes each day. The moon moves with patience, but it never rushes. Not every location on Earth experiences tides in the same way. Some regions see 2 high tides and 2 low tides each day, a pattern known as a semi-diurnal tide. Other places experience only 1 high tide and 1 low tide in a day, called a diurnal tide. In certain areas, tides are mixed and irregular, with heights that change dramatically from one cycle to the next. These differences depend on where you are, the shape of the coastline, and the depth and contours of the ocean floor. The ocean responds to its environment with quiet independence. No matter where you live, tides form a constant background presence in life on Earth. They help regulate ecosystems. They influence weather patterns. They have shaped the migrations of animals and the settlement of human societies. Perhaps most comforting of all, tides are predictable. They can be charted years, even centuries, into the future. Very few things in life offer that kind of reliability. There is a gentle reassurance in knowing that while so much around us feels uncertain, the sea continues to answer the moon twice each day, every day without fail, like a lullaby repeated endlessly. Across time, the rhythm remains. Although the moon may seem distant and cold, it is hard not to feel a quiet affection for this constant companion. It has shaped Earth waters since long before the first fish entered a tide pool. It has guided sailors, inspired poets, and helped stabilize the rotation of our planet. Without the moon, Earth days might last only a few hours, and the climate would be far more unstable. We owe far more to that silent, rocky presence than we often realize. So as you lie there listening to the soft rhythm of this story, imagine the tides moving far away, unseen yet certain. Imagine the moon turning its pale face toward us, whispering gently across space, and imagine the water rising slowly against the shore, as it has done for billions of years. It is the ocean breath, The earth quiet heartbeat, the moon gentle pull, all of it part of the same ancient and elegant pattern. And it is still happening right now, even as you drift towards sleep. If you were to become very still, so still that you could feel the steady thrum of your own heartbeat, you might begin to sense that something is always happening around you. Something constant and invisible. Gravity is that quiet force, the one that tethers you softly to the ground, holds the oceans in place, and keeps the moon circling us like a curious and loyal companion. It is always present, even when you are wrapped in blankets, sipping tea, or brushing your teeth in the foggy glow of early morning. You do not have to think about it, but tonight we will, because the tides, those gentle rises and falls of the sea, are simply Earth oceans responding to a persistent invitation, the pull of gravity. Let us begin with the basics. Gravity is the attractive force between any two objects that have mass. The more mass something has, the stronger its gravitational pull becomes. You and I technically have gravity as well, though unless you are secretly made of neutron star material, you have probably not noticed planets orbiting around you. The Earth, however, has an enormous amount of mass, enough to pull all of us toward its surface and to keep the moon safely in orbit. In the 17th century, Isaac Newton first described this force. He realized that the same influence pulling an apple down toward the ground was also the force keeping the moon from drifting away into the dark. The Earth pulls on the moon, but the moon pulls back. This pull does not affect the entire Earth equally. It has a stronger effect on the oceans, which as liquids are more willing to move and reshape themselves. What follows is something like a slow and gentle tug of war. The moon does not yank or demand. It quietly coaxes. It asks the oceans to come just a little closer, and the water responds. The result is a swelling of ocean water on the side of Earth that faces the moon. This swelling forms one high tide. On the opposite side of the planet, another high tide appears, created by a process that is slightly more subtle. On the side of Earth closest to the moon, the gravitational pull is strongest. The solid Earth itself, made of rock and mountains and valleys, is also pulled toward the moon, though slightly less than the nearby water. On the far side of Earth, the water feels the moon pull much more weakly. Compared to the rest of the planet, it lags behind. As Earth mass shifts slightly toward the moon, the far side water seems to stretch outward. This creates a second bulge. The water is not being pulled away so much as it is being left behind in the moon's slow and steady embrace. This effect, known as differential gravity or tidal force, is one of the most quietly elegant features of our universe. Gravity does not pull everything in exactly the same way. It pulls different things by different amounts. That delicate imbalance is what shapes the tides. To picture this more clearly, imagine stirring a bowl of soup while holding a piece of bread on the surface. As you swirl the soup, different parts move at different speeds depending on how close they are to the center. The bread might lag behind or surge forward depending on the motion. The oceans behave in a similar way as Earth turns beneath the moon gravitational field. And Earth is always turning. While the moon completes one orbit roughly every 27.3 days, Earth spins once in just under 24 hours. From our perspective, the moon appears to drift slowly across the sky each day. In reality, we are rotating beneath its influence. As different regions of Earth move through the two ocean bulges, one facing the moon and one facing away, they experience high tides. Between these bulges, water levels fall and low tides occur. It's a graceful planet-wide pirouette, and it never truly stops. You might wonder why the oceans do not rush dramatically toward the moon. Why water does not leap skyward or slosh violently across the planet. The answer lies in balance. The pull of the moon is matched by Earth's own gravity, which anchors the ocean securely in place. The Earth and Moon together form a stable and harmonious system. Their motion is governed by the same laws that Newton uncovered centuries ago. These laws hold the moon in orbit, the oceans in rhythm, and the tides flowing calmly, night after night, as you rest and sleep. There is also centrifugal force at work, another gentle ingredient in this planetary recipe. And as the Earth and the Moon revolve together around their shared center of mass, a point that rests not at the Earth's center, but slightly beneath its surface, this motion creates a subtle outward pull. This outward influence helps form the ocean bulge on the far side of the planet, quietly balancing the pull of the moon and allowing two high tides to exist even though there is only one moon. Gravity is not only shaping the oceans, it is also quietly reshaping the Earth itself. The solid ground beneath your feet rises and falls by a few centimeters under these forces, a motion known as the earth tide. It will not tip furniture or rattle windows, but it serves as a soft reminder that nothing on our planet is ever completely still. The moon plays the leading role in this slow dance, but it is not alone. The sun also reaches out with gravity toward the Earth. Although it is almost 400 times farther away than the moon, it is vastly more massive, and its influence on tides is about half as strong as that of the moon. When the sun, moon, and Earth align during full moons and new moons, their combined pull creates higher high tides and lower low tides. These are known as spring tides, not because of any season, but because the water springs farther than usual. When the sun and moon sit at right angles to one another, their gravitational effects partially cancel out. The result is neoptides, calmer and more restrained, with smaller differences between high and low water. The sun is involved, yes, but the moon, through its closeness and gentle insistence, remains the main conductor of the tides. As you listen, you may feel the quiet weight of this science, or perhaps a sense of lightness. These forces are immense and ancient, yet they are never loud or hurried. They move patiently across the planet, drawing oceans, nudging continents, and rocking boats in harbors all around the world. Gravity is the universe's soft whisper, and the tides of the sea slow reply. At first, it seems reasonable to expect only one high tide each day, one broad bulge of water following the moon like a devoted companion. Simple and satisfying. And yet, most places on Earth experience two high tides each day. One occurs when the moon is overhead, and another arrives about 12 hours later when the moon is on the opposite side of the planet. This can feel puzzling, almost as if the moon were pulling on both sides of Earth at once. But here, physics reveals one of its most elegant tricks. Earth is not a rigid and unyielding sphere. It behaves more like a soft, spinning, gently sloshing world, especially where the oceans are concerned. When the gravitational pull of the moon reaches Earth, it does not act evenly. The water on the side closest to the moon is pulled more strongly than the Earth center. At the same time, the solid Earth itself is pulled more strongly than the water on the far side. This uneven pulling, known as a differential force, sits at the heart of the tidal pattern. It is not that the moon stretches the oceans directly. It is that different parts of Earth are drawn toward the moon at slightly different rates. The water on the near side moves toward the moon. The body of Earth shifts gently in the same direction, and the water on the far side is left behind, forming a second swelling. Imagine holding a vast water-filled balloon and spinning slowly in a circle. The water inside would shift and stretch in unexpected ways, not because it is being squeezed, but because of motion and the forces acting upon it. The oceans behave in much the same way as Earth turns beneath the steady and patient influence of the moon. That is the Earth, gently sloshing and yielding beneath the moon's steady gaze. Two great bulges form, one on the side facing the moon, and one on the opposite side. And as Earth turns, different places pass slowly through these bulges, giving rise to two high tides each day. Between those moments, low tides appear, when the water has withdrawn, drawn instead toward bulges elsewhere on the planet. At first, it seems reasonable that if Earth rotates once every 24 hours, each high tide should arrive exactly 12 hours apart. In theory, this makes sense. In practice, the tides do not follow Earth clock. They follow the moon. The moon moves around Earth in the same direction that Earth spins, completing one full orbit roughly every 27.3 days. Because of this, Earth must rotate a little extra each day to realign with the moon. On average, it takes about 24 hours and 50 minutes for any point on Earth to return to the same position relative to the moon. This longer cycle is known as a lunar day. As a result, high tides arrive about 12 hours and 25 minutes apart, rather than 12 hours exactly. This is why along the coast, high tide seems to arrive later each day. The moon is always just a little ahead, drifting onward with unhurried grace. Not all coastlines respond to this rhythm in the same way. If Earth were a smooth sphere completely covered in water, the tides would be simple and symmetrical. But our world is shaped by continents, bays, islands, ridges, and deep trenches, and all of these guide how ocean water moves. In some regions, such as along the east coast of North America, tides follow a semidiurnal pattern. 2 high tides and 2 low tides occur each lunar day, with the high tides reaching similar heights. In other places, including parts of the Gulf of Mexico, a diurnal pattern appears. There's only 1 high tide and 1 low tide each lunar day. Elsewhere, the tides form a mixed pattern. 2 high tides and 2 low tides still occur, but their heights differ noticeably. The ocean adapts, responding to place and shape with quiet creativity. Locale geography plays a powerful role in shaping tides. Narrow bays can magnify tidal ranges as water is funneled into confined spaces. This is why the Bay of Fundy in Canada experiences some of the highest tides on Earth, with water rising more than 16 meters. In contrast, the Mediterranean Sea, nearly enclosed by land, experiences tides that are barely noticeable. The water has little room to move, and so it responds only faintly. There are also amphidromic points, locations in the ocean where the tide height changes very little. At these points, water does not rise and fall dramatically, but instead rotates gently around a central spot. Floating there, you might hardly notice the tide at all, adding another layer of complexity. Earth itself is not a perfect sphere. It is slightly flattened at the poles and bulged at the equator. This shape causes small variations in gravity across the planet, subtly influencing tidal behavior. So the reason we experience 2 high tides each day is not simply the moon pulling on the oceans like strings on a puppet. It is the result of an intricate interaction between lunar gravity, Earth rotation, centrifugal effects, and the unique shapes of oceans and continents. The motion resembles not a strict metronome, but a slow and carefully practiced waltz, a dance that has been unfolding for billions of years. Throughout it all, the water responds faithfully. It advances and withdraws, rises and settles, always guided by the moon's persistent pull. The cycle is dependable enough that sailors have trusted it for centuries, delicate enough that shifting coastlines can alter its rhythm, and subtle enough that you can stand barefoot on the shore, toes in the sand, and never feel the force that is quietly drawing the entire sea toward the sky. But it is there, quiet, invisible, and constant, like gravity, like time, like the moon rising in the east once again. If the moon is the headliner of the title story, then the sun is the special guest, powerful and resonant, one that does not appear as often, yet still knows how to move the room, while the moon provides the primary guidance for the tides. The sun adds its own gravitational influence, and together they create moments of swelling intensity and gentle calm in the endless song of the sea. To understand the sun role, it helps to consider its scale. The sun is immense, roughly 27 million times more massive than the moon. Yet it is also much farther away, nearly 400 times the distance. Because gravity weakens with distance, this vast separation softens the sun influence on Earth tides. Even so, the sun still contributes roughly 30 to 40% of the tidal force produced by the moon. It is a quieter voice, but far from insignificant. When the sun and moon work together, the tides become more pronounced. Water reaches higher onto the shore and retreats farther away. These events are known as spring tides, a name that refers not to a season, but to the old idea of water leaping or springing forward. During spring tides, the ocean truly seems to stretch and breathe more deeply. Spring tides occur during full moons and new moons, when the earth, moon, and sun align in a straight line. Astronomers call this alignment syzygy. It is a simple and elegant arrangement. Three bodies drawn into harmony by gravity. The pull of the moon and the pull of the sun reinforce one another, creating higher high tides and lower low tides. The tidal range expands, and coastlines feel the shift. During a full moon spring tide, the moon and the sun sit on opposite sides of Earth, each pulling from a different direction, with Earth held between them. During a new moon spring tide, the moon and sun are on the same side, pulling together as one. In both cases, the result is the same, an amplified tide that reaches farther and leaves more shoreline exposed. After this heightened movement comes a gentler phase. These are the neap tides, the ocean quiet pause after its most energetic moments. Neap tides occur during the first and third quarters of the moon, when the sun and moon form a right angle relative to Earth. Their gravitational pulls no longer reinforce each other. They partially offset one another. The sun pulls in one direction, the moon in another, and the ocean responds by settling into a calmer pattern. High tides are lower, low tides are higher, and the contrast between them softens. The drama fades into something quieter and more relaxed. It is the ocean resting between performances. This rhythm of spring tides and neap tides repeats with the moon phases, following a cycle of roughly 29.5 days. Twice each month, the tides stretch to their extremes, and twice each month, they ease back into moderation. The oceans follow this rhythm like a natural clock, steady and dependable. For centuries, sailors, fishermen, and coastal communities have lived by this clock. Long before digital forecasts, tide charts guided daily life. Spring tides could mean deeper channels and stronger currents. They could offer opportunity when understood, or danger when ignored. A fisherman centuries ago might have watched the full moon rise, knowing it signaled shifting waters and altered timing. The tide was not just water moving. It was information, guidance, and warning carried quietly by the sea. Even today, cities such as Venice and London watch spring tides with close attention. In Venice, spring tides combined with storm surges and rising sea levels can bring flooding, turning narrow streets into quiet waterways and stone corridors into reflective channels of water. In London, Thames Barrier, a remarkable achievement of modern engineering, stands ready to rise during especially strong spring tides, protecting the city from being overwhelmed. Yet tides are not only about danger. Spring tides also bring abundance. Along tidal flats and estuaries, they carry rich nutrients far inland, nourishing delicate ecosystems that depend on this rhythmic exchange. Crabs scatter across wet sand, birds gather to feed, and plants rooted in salty mud take in the moment, responding to a cycle they have followed for generations. On a more personal level, people still plan their days by the tides. At low tide, hidden worlds reveal themselves. Tide pools appear, filled with starfish, sea anemones, and small hermit crabs. Xantbars rise where open water once rested. Children run toward shallow pools that feel like fragments of another world. The tide becomes a shared rhythm, playful, familiar, and dependable. As with all things shaped by vast spinning bodies in space, the story can grow more complex. The timing and strength of spring and neap tides are influenced by the slightly elongated paths followed by both Earth and Moon. The Moon does not travel in a perfect circle. When it moves closest to Earth, a point known as perigee, its gravitational influence becomes stronger. When a perigee moon aligns with the spring tide and is joined by a powerful storm system, the result can be an exceptionally high tide, sometimes called a Perigean spring tide, or more casually a king tide. These are the tides that draw attention and occasionally test seawalls. Even at their most dramatic, tides carry a calming message. They remind us that the world moves according to patterns, vast and quiet cycles that repeat with near musical precision. The moon grows bright and fades again. The sun rises and sets, and the oceans follow patiently, never rushed, never lost. It is easy to forget in the hum of modern life that we are still part of a celestial dance. The same sun that warms your skin and fuels your morning coffee is also gently shifting unimaginable volumes of seawater across the planet. The moon that hangs silently above rooftops and forests is quietly drawing entire oceans without a sound. The next time you watch a full moon rise over the sea, or see waves retreat to reveal shining shells, remember what you were witnessing. Two cosmic companions guiding the waters of Earth in a duet that never ends. If Earth were as smooth as a cue ball and covered entirely by ocean, tides would be simple. Two high tides and two low tides would move back and forth with the steady regularity of a sleepy metronome. But our planet is far from smooth. It is textured and restless, marked by continents, basins, and shifting plates. These features cause the tides to follow a far more intricate rhythm. Consider something easy to overlook. Oceans are not shallow or uniform. They are vast and deep, filled with variation. The Pacific Ocean alone is thousands of times deeper than a household bathtub. And unlike a bathtub, it contains ridges, canyons, plateaus, and trenches hidden beneath the surface. All of these features shape how tides move. Tides are not sudden crashing waves. They are planet-sized swells, slow and gentle, long arcs of water that travel steadily around the globe. They move quietly, guided by gravity, and shaped by the hidden contours of the ocean floor. These waves do not rush or race, yet their reach is vast, with wavelengths that can stretch beyond 12,000 meters, long and patient arcs of moving water. When these immense waves meet land, coastlines, peninsulas, and islands, they bend and reflect, sometimes becoming squeezed and magnified, sometimes softened and subdued. This interaction is why tidal behavior changes so dramatically from place to place across the world. Some coastlines experience two nearly equal high tides and two low tides during each lunar day. a pattern known as semidiurnal tides. Other regions receive only one high tide and one low tide, forming a diurnal rhythm. Still others experience mixed tides, with 2 highs and 2 lows of unequal height, a pattern that feels less predictable, yet deeply responsive. These differences depend on the shape of the seafloor, the position of the coast, and how easily tidal waves can move through the complex maze of continents and ocean basins. Consider the Bay of Fundy in Canada, a narrow inlet resting between New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. This bay is famous for its immense tides, which can rise higher than 16 meters. The reason lies in its shape. The bay narrows and becomes shallower inland, funneling tidal energy into a confined space. With each cycle, the water is amplified, much like water pushed back and forth in a bathtub. The timing of the tidal wave aligns almost perfectly with the natural rhythm of the bay. Each incoming surge adds to the next, stacking higher and higher, like pushing a swing at just the right moment. The result is resonance, ocean physics moving in flawless tempo. Now imagine the Mediterranean Sea, nearly enclosed by land and connected to the Atlantic through the narrow Strait of Gibraltar. It receives only a limited share of tidal energy. This narrow opening restricts the flow of the tide, leaving little room for dramatic movement. As a result, tides there are subtle, often only a few centimeters. Walking along the shore in places like Nice or Naples, you might not even notice them. The sea simply does not have space to breathe deeply. Then there are amphidromic points, the calm centers of the tidal world. At these locations, the tide barely rises or falls at all. Instead of moving up and down, the water rotates gently around a central point, tracing slow circles across the ocean surface. These rotating patterns, known as amphidromic systems, exist in ocean basins across the planet. If you were floating above one of these points, resting quietly in an imaginary boat, you might scarcely notice the tide. Meanwhile, far away along distant shores, the ocean would continue its steady rise and fall with dependable regularity. This circular motion is shaped in part by the Coriolis effect, the same influence that causes storms to spin. As Earth rotates, moving water is gently deflected, to the right in the northern hemisphere and to the left in the southern. This deflection contributes to the slow swirling movement of tidal waves around amphidromic points. The entire system turns like a relaxed water wheel, driven not by machinery, but by gravity and Earth's steady spin. Resonance plays its role here as well. Just as musical instruments respond most strongly to certain notes, bodies of water have natural rhythms of motion. Some bays and inlets are tuned to the timing of the tides. When the arrival of tidal energy matches the natural sloshing period of a region, the water responds with greater intensity. The tide grows stronger, not by force, but by harmony. This is why some places experience towering tides, while others barely notice a change. It is not only about gravity, but about timing, shape, and quiet cooperation. Even the land above the waterline has its say. A gently sloping beach will reveal wide stretches of sand as the tide recedes, and swallow them again as it returns. A steep, rocky coast, by contrast, may show little visible change at all. The same vertical shift in sea level can expose hundreds of feet of shoreline or merely brush against familiar stone. The tides adapt to every contour they encounter, responding patiently to the form of the world, always moving, always adjusting, always following their ancient rhythm. This is why some beaches seem to vanish and return as if by quiet magic, while others appear almost unchanged throughout the day. Tides do more than lift and lower the sea. They also shape currents. As tidal bulges move through narrow straits, curve around islands, and flow into estuaries. They generate strong moving waters, sometimes powerful enough to reverse the direction of rivers. In England, the Severn Bore offers a striking example. It is a tidal wave that travels upstream along the River Severn, drawing surfers and spectators to its muddy banks as the water moves inland against the usual flow. It is the tide announcing itself not with height, but with motion. The meeting of tides and geography also shapes life beneath and beside the sea. Intertidal zones, the regions exposed at low tide and submerged at high tide, are among the most biologically rich environments on Earth. The width of these zones depends on how far the tide retreats and how high it returns. In places with large tidal ranges, entire ecosystems rise and fall with the water. Life there adapts to dramatic daily changes in temperature, salinity, and oxygen. Creatures cling, burrow, close, open, and wait, guided by a rhythm older than memory. All of this reminds us that Earth is not a passive partner in the tidal dance. It is an active participant, shaping and redirecting the moon's gentle gravitational suggestions. The solid ground may feel still beneath your feet, yet it forms a complex stage, reshaping every movement of the tidal melody. The next time you stand near the sea, watch how the waves trace the shoreline. Notice where they reach and how they return. Beneath your feet lies a vast hidden landscape of underwater mountains, valleys, and plains, guiding the ocean in ways unseen to us, yet clearly felt by the moon. Even gravity, it seems, responds to terrain. The moon has long been a faithful companion, circling Earth in silence, shining with reflected sunlight, and guiding the oceans with patient precision. But this relationship has not always looked the way it does now. Like all enduring partnerships, Earth and Moon have changed one another over time. The tides themselves have evolved. The rhythm we experience today is only a brief passage in a much longer composition. To understand how tides have changed, we must travel far back in time, not centuries, not millennia, but billions of years. In Earth's early history, the moon had only just formed, likely from the debris of a massive collision between the young Earth and a Mars-sized body known as Saya. From that chaos, the moon emerged glowing and molten, orbiting far closer than it does today, roughly 22,000 kilometers away, compared to the present distance of 384,000 kilometers. With the moon so near, tidal forces would have been vastly stronger. The oceans would have bulged far higher than they do now. Early tides may have risen hundreds of meters, surging in and out with enough power to reshape coastlines day after day. The sea would not have moved gently. It would have rushed and thundered. At the same time, Earth itself was spinning much faster. A day may have lasted only 5 or 6 hours. With such rapid rotation, regions of the planet would have passed through these enormous tidal bulges again and again in a single day. Imagine a world racing beneath a moon that filled the sky, pulling oceans upward like a choreographer with eager hands. High tide and low tide would have followed each other quickly, relentlessly, shaping the surface of the planet with tireless force. But nature moves toward balance. Over time, the friction created by these powerful tides acted like a cosmic brake. As water surged and Earth spun beneath it, energy was slowly drained from Earth rotation. Each tidal cycle took a tiny measure of momentum away, quietly lengthening the day. That energy did not disappear. It was transferred to the moon, gently lifting it into a slightly higher orbit. And because of this exchange, the moon began its slow and steady retreat from Earth. It is still moving away today, at a rate of about 3.8 centimeters per year, roughly the same pace at which fingernails grow. It is not a dramatic escape, but over millions of years, The distance quietly grows. As the moon drifts farther away, its gravitational hold on Earth, oceans weakens little by little. The tides gradually soften, becoming smaller and more subdued. At the same time, Earth rotation slows. Our familiar 24-hour day is a relatively recent chapter in geological time. Hundreds of millions of years ago, a day lasted closer to 22 hours. Far into the future, days may stretch to 26 or even 28 hours. It is a gentle exchange. As the moon recedes, Earth slows. The tides relax, settling into the calm rise and fall we know today. These changes are far too subtle to notice within a single human life. You could sit by the sea every evening for 100 years and never sense the moon quiet departure or Earth gradual deceleration. Yet the evidence is written into the planet itself. Ancient tidal rhythms are preserved in stone. In places like the Bay of Fundy and regions of Australia, layers of sediment reveal fossilized ripple marks formed by long-vanished tides. These layered records show how often tides arrived and how strong they once were. Some rock formations more than 600 million years old contain over 400 daily layers per year, far more than the 365 days we experience now. This tells scientists that days were shorter and years longer because Earth was spinning faster. These geological timestamps, combined with coral growth rings and other natural records, allow us to reconstruct the shared history of Earth rotation and the moon retreat. It is like reading a diary written very slowly by the planet itself, patient and precise. The future of tides, however, is shaped not only by celestial mechanics. It is also influenced by Earth-changing climate. As global temperatures rise, glaciers melt, and sea levels climb, coastlines will shift. Estuaries may flood, islands may shrink, and new channels may open. Each change subtly alters how tides move and behave. In some regions, tides may grow stronger. In others, they may weaken. We are entering a new chapter in the relationship between Earth and Moon. One shaped not only by gravity, but also by human influence. Still, the Moon remains above, circling patiently, guiding the oceans with ancient familiarity. It has witnessed countless transformations of Earth, and will continue to do so. Dinosaurs watched the same moon we see today. Early mammals moved beneath its light. Our earliest ancestors stood beside shores that no longer exist. Through every age, the moon pulled at the oceans, and the oceans answered, sometimes with roaring floods, sometimes with gentle whispers, always in motion. Still, there is a quiet poetry in this evolving dance. Earth gave birth to the moon through violence, yet they have remained bound ever since. The moon slows Earth's spin, as Earth gently pushes the moon away. And in return, the tides breathe. They are the ocean breath and the heartbeat of the coastlines. So when you stand by the sea and watch the water slip inward or retreat, you are not witnessing something small. You are seeing the imprint of billions of years of gravitational conversation. You are watching a memory that is still unfolding, and you are part of that memory too. A brief and gentle note within a vast planetary symphony, as the moon quietly continues to shape the world beneath your feet. As the tide rolls inward, it carries more than seawater. It brings life. It lifts, nourishes, and transports countless creatures, large and small, following a rhythm older than bones themselves. The moon may guide the oceans, but the tides shape entire ecosystems. Some of the most vibrant and complex places on Earth exist because of this steady watery pulse. Begin where land meets sea, in the intertidal zone. This narrow band of coastline is submerged at high tide and exposed to open air at low tide. It lives two lives each day, shifting completely from ocean to land and back again, for the organisms that call it home. Survival depends on timing, patience, and a remarkable ability to hold on. Consider the common sea star. It may appear still and decorative, but it is a deliberate predator. As the tide rises, it moves outward in search of mussels and clams, slowly prying open shells using steady hydraulic force. When the water retreats, it clings tightly to rock or sinks into damp sand, waiting calmly for the next return. Feed, retreat, rest, repeat. The tides write the schedule. Nearby, the periwinkle snail spends low tide, sealed against rock surfaces, protected from drying air and watchful predators. When water returns, it awakens and glides across slick stone, grazing quietly on algae. Entire miniature worlds of barnacles, crabs, anemones, seaweeds, and sponges follow the same tidal rhythm. Each has evolved its own strategy for staying moist, fed, and unnoticed. Some close tightly, some cling, some retreat into shells or crevices. Life here is a lesson in adaptation. For some species, the tide governs more than daily routine. It sets the clock of life itself. Take the grunion, a silvery fish found along the coasts of California and Mexico. On select nights during spring tides, when water reaches its highest point, grunions surge ashore in shimmering waves. They leave the water entirely, depositing eggs in wet sand just beyond the usual reach of the tide. The eggs remain hidden there, safe and still, until the next spring tide arrives about 2 weeks later. When the water returns, it washes over the sand and releases a sudden burst of newly hatched fish, a brief and brilliant moment written precisely to the lunar calendar. Another ancient participant is the horseshoe crab, with its armored shell and spiked tail. It looks like a visitor from deep geological time. Each year in late spring and early summer, these creatures gather in vast numbers along the Atlantic coast of the United States. They arrive in sync with full and new moon tides to spawn along sandy beaches. This event is so reliable that migratory birds such as the red knot have evolved to depend on it. As horseshoe crabs lay millions of nutrient-rich eggs, birds arrive from long journeys to feed. They replenish their strength, then continue onward toward Arctic breeding grounds. The tide becomes a link between ocean and sky. Tides as actus conveyors of nourishment. As water flows in and out of estuaries and salt marshes, it transports organic matter, plankton, and dissolved minerals. These areas become some of the most productive environments on the planet, dense eating grounds where fish, birds, and invertebrates thrive. Salt marsh grasses grow tall here, tolerant of salt that would kill most plants. Their roots trap sediment and help stabilize coastlines, quietly protecting the land behind them. Humans, too, have long lived by the tides. Ancient coastal communities built fish traps within the intertidal zone. Carefully arranged stones allowed fish to swim inland with the rising tide, only to become gently stranded as the water withdrew. In the Orkney Islands of Scotland, remnants of these tidal traps still remain. Smoothed by centuries of water and time, they stand as quiet evidence of how deeply human survival has been woven into the rhythm of the sea on a more familiar and human scale. Many fishing cultures have learned to follow the tide like a second clock, steady and reliable. In regions such as Southeast Asia and the Pacific Islands, entire villages shape their daily routines around the movement of the water. Boat journeys, fishing trips, shoreline harvesting, all unfold according to when the tide rises and when it falls. In parts of northern Europe, vast mudflats stretch outward for miles. During low tide, people walk or even drive across the exposed seafloor to reach islands that will disappear again beneath the water. It is a curious sight, cars moving across what appears to be open ocean, only for that same path to vanish a few hours later under returning waves. Coral reefs, too, respond to the tide. Many shallow reefs depend on the steady exchange of water to bring oxygen to their inhabitants. The tides help balance temperature and salinity. At low tide, some reef creatures retreat into tide pools, small enclosed worlds filled with color and quiet motion. A single pool may hold sea urchins, small fish and vivid algae, sharing space like unlikely companions waiting patiently for the next release. Then there are mangroves, the bristled salt-loving trees rooted in tidal zones from Florida to Bangladesh. Their tangled roots shelter young fish, soften the impact of storms, and capture carbon with remarkable efficiency. Without the tides, mangroves could not survive, and without mangroves, many coastal communities would face far greater erosion and flooding. The influence of tides reaches beyond ecology and into human feeling and imagination. They have inspired poetry, music, and metaphor across cultures. We speak of fortunes that ebb and flow, of emotions that rise like the tide, of moments when the tide turns. This connection between lunar cycles and inner life is not only poetic, it reflects an intuitive understanding that we remain part of the natural world, even when we no longer watch the shoreline as closely as our ancestors once did. Still, the moon remembers, and so does the sea. Together they keep the rhythm alive. The next time you stand barefoot at the ocean edge and feel the water tug gently at your ankles, remember that you are standing within a living clock, one that sets the pace for entire ecosystems, marks ancient rituals, and sustains life in countless salty forms. The sea is not only moving, it is listening, and the moon is still calling. Although tides are universal, their expression across the planet is anything but uniform. Like regional accents within a shared language, tides vary dramatically from place to place. Some coastlines experience gentle lapping motions, others endure roaring surges. In certain regions, the sea seems to leap away from the land, only to return hours later as if nothing happened. Geography and geology combine to give every shoreline its own tidal character. Begin with a dramatic example: the Bay of Fundy. Located between the Canadian provinces of Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, this bay is known for the highest tides on Earth. On average, the water level there rises and falls by more than 16 meters. That is over 50 feet. To imagine this, picture a 5-story building slowly filling with seawater and then emptying again, twice every day, without pumps or machinery. Only gravity, motion, and the moon make it happen. The reason for this extreme behavior lies in resonance. The bay's shape and depth align perfectly with the timing of incoming tides from the Atlantic Ocean. When the natural sloshing rhythm of the bay matches the arrival of the tidal wave, the energy builds upon itself. Each surge adds to the next, like pushing a swing at exactly the right moment. With every cycle, the motion grows stronger. The result is a striking rise and fall of water that transforms the landscape. Visitors can walk along the exposed seafloor at low tide, weaving between tall rock formations. Only hours later, those same rocks stand half submerged beneath returning waves. It is a vivid reminder of how the moon's distant pull, shaped by the contours of Earth, can create moments of quiet wonder along the shore. The change can be so swift and striking that warning signs stand everywhere, reminding visitors to return to shore before the water comes back. It is sensible advice, unless one hopes to become the center of a slow-moving rescue story, carried by the tide. Far across the world, at Mont Saint-Michel in France, The tides tell a story just as dramatic, though framed by stone walls and Gothic spires. This medieval abbey rises from a rocky island off the coast of Normandy, linked to the mainland by a narrow causeway. At low tide, the path lies open and dry, inviting quiet footsteps across the sand. At high tide, the sea closes in, surrounding the island completely, and turning it into a storybook fortress floating on water. Here, the tide can rush inward at remarkable speed, fast enough to surprise even the attentive. For centuries, pilgrims and travelers have watched in awe as familiar ground vanished beneath advancing water. The sea arrives not with noise, but with certainty. In the United Kingdom, the Severn estuary hosts another tidal marvel, the Severn Bore. This rare event occurs when the incoming tide forms a wave that pushes upstream against the river flow. The wave can travel for miles, a single long curling ridge of water moving inland. Surfers and kayakers gather to ride it, carried not by wind, but by the quiet machinery of gravity. Not every shoreline experiences such spectacle. In places like the Mediterranean Sea, tides are barely noticeable, nearly enclosed by land and connected to the Atlantic through the narrow Strait of Gibraltar. The Mediterranean receives only a limited share of tidal energy. The water has little room to move. The result is a tidal range of just a few centimeters in many locations. To the casual observer, the sea appears calm and unchanged, as though the moon-gentle invitation has been politely set aside. In sharp contrast, the Kimberley coast of Western Australia experiences some of the most powerful and unpredictable tides on Earth. Here, water levels can rise and fall by more than 10 meters. In narrow coastal passages such as the horizontal falls, this immense movement forces the ocean through tight gaps in the cliffs. The result looks like a raging river of white water, though it is entirely made of sea. During slack tide, boats can pass through safely. When the water is moving fast, the scene becomes a roaring spectacle, best admired from a distance or from above. Tides also shape daily life in quieter ways. In Venice, Italy, the tidal cycle known as Acqua Alta brings high water to the heart of the city. At certain times of year, especially during autumn and spring, tides combine with winds and atmospheric pressure to flood streets and squares. Walkways are raised. Shopkeepers stack sandbags. Rubber boots become a necessity rather than a fashion choice. These floods have always been part of Venice life, yet rising sea levels and changing weather patterns are making them more frequent and more intense. Here, the tides are not background music. They are active participants in architecture, planning, and daily routine. Far away, in the low-lying atolls of the Maldives, even small tidal changes carry great significance. These islands rise only a few meters above the sea. The difference between high tide and low tide can determine whether land remains dry or water creeps inward. In places like this, the moon is watched closely, not for wonder or poetry, but for survival. The tides become a measure of safety, a signal of change, and a reminder that the rhythm of the sea is never distant from human life. Their homes, roads, and livelihoods are closely bound to the shifting moods of the ocean. Tidal variations are not only fascinating to observe, they are essential to science. By studying how tides behave across different regions, oceanographers can model currents, predict storm surges, and understand how energy moves through the planet's vast systems. The way tides interact with coastlines, the seafloor, and with one another offers valuable clues about Earth's geology, climate processes, and even its distant path. When scientists examine tidal records preserved in ancient sediment layers or fossilized shorelines, They uncover evidence of historical sea levels, tectonic shifts, and subtle changes in Earth orbit. In all their diversity, tides remind us that while the same forces act everywhere, the pull of the moon and sun, and the rotation of Earth, the expression of those forces is endlessly varied. It is like hearing a single melody played on countless instruments, each with its own tone and tempo. From the roaring floods of the Bay of Fundy to the soft hush of the Mediterranean, the tides speak in many voices. So wherever you are, whether the sea rises gently or surges with power, you are witnessing a local verse of a global story, a story written in water and gravity, time and motion. The moon may be far away, but its influence is intimate, shaping not only the shoreline, but the lives and landscapes that grow beside it. Every day, twice each day, the tides lift and lower vast amounts of seawater across the planet. Trillions of tons glide in and out, like the steady breathing of a living world. This movement carries immense energy, and for as long as humans have watched the sea advance and retreat, we have wondered whether that energy could be used. The answer is yes. In some places it already is. Tidal power, also known as tidal energy, is among the oldest forms of renewable energy ever explored. It is predictable, clean, and endlessly repeating. The tides do not forget to arrive regardless of clouds or still air. Unlike fossil fuels, they do not run out or fill the sky with smoke. They simply continue their cycle. To understand how energy is captured from the rise and fall of the sea, it helps to look far into the past, long before electricity, turbines, or steam engines. Ancient communities in Europe and the Middle East built tidal mills. These simple structures trapped seawater in basins as the tide rose. When the water receded, it was released through a wheel, turning stones that ground grain. These mills were cousins to river mills, powered not by flowing streams, but by the moon's steady pull. One of the oldest surviving examples stands in Northern Ireland, the Nendrum Monastery tidal mill, dating back to the 7th century. It was modest but effective. The daily rhythm of the ocean helped monks make flour, a quiet meeting of celestial motion and everyday nourishment. Today, the principles remain much the same, though the scale and technology have grown. Modern tidal energy takes several forms. The most established method is the tidal barrage. Picture a dam built across a tidal estuary, fitted with gates and turbines. As the tide comes in, water accumulates behind the barrier. When the tide turns and begins to fall, that water is released through turbines, producing electricity as it flows back toward the sea. It mirrors hydroelectric dams on rivers, except here the water moves in two directions, guided by the moon. One of the most well-known examples is the Rance Tidal Power Station in Brittany, France. Built in 1966, it continues to operate today. It generates enough electricity to supply roughly 130,000 homes. It stands as a reminder that even the slow and ancient rhythm of the tides can be gently borrowed, turned into light and warmth, while the ocean continues its endless rise and fall. That is the kind of renewable energy that does not care if rain is falling, or if the wind is still. The tide simply continues its motion. There are also tidal stream generators, which can be imagined as underwater windmills. Instead of spinning in air, these machines turn within moving seawater, driven by tidal currents. They are placed on the seafloor in fast-moving channels, places where water rushes back and forth like invisible highways. As the tide flows inward and outward, the turbines rotate and produce electricity. Water is far denser than air, nearly 800 times more dense. which means that even a slow-moving tidal current carries immense force. Because of this, tidal stream systems can generate significant power without needing dramatic motion. These systems are appealing in their simplicity. They do not require large dams or massive structures. They rest quietly beneath the surface, turning patiently with the tide like windmills hidden in a submerged meadow. Another approach under exploration is the tidal lagoon. These are artificial enclosures built along coastlines. Water flows into and out of the lagoon through turbines, much like in a barrage system. The difference is flexibility. Lagoons can be placed where building a full barrier across an estuary would be impractical. This allows tidal energy to be captured while avoiding disruption to entire river systems or sensitive habitats. Despite its promise, tidal energy remains relatively uncommon. The ocean may be predictable, but it is not gentle on human machinery. Salt water is harsh and corrosive. Equipment must endure strong currents, powerful storms, and persistent marine growth that clings with determination. Maintenance is costly, and installation beneath the sea requires careful planning and significant investment. Geography also limits where tidal power makes sense. Only certain regions have tides strong enough to be useful. Narrow straits, deep estuaries, and large tidal ranges are essential. This is why serious tidal energy projects are concentrated in places such as parts of the United Kingdom, Canada, and South Korea. Environmental considerations matter as well. Large barrages can affect fish migration, alter sediment movement, and change local ecosystems. Shifting the natural rhythm of tides may influence salinity in estuaries or disrupt habitats that depend on familiar patterns. As with all energy development, benefits must be weighed carefully against ecological costs. Even so, the idea of drawing clean power from the pull of the moon remains deeply compelling. It feels almost poetic, energy borrowed from a celestial companion, carried by the sea and delivered quietly into human life. There is an elegance to it that is hard to ignore. Tidal power also holds a rare advantage. It is remarkably predictable. TDES can be forecast centuries into the future with confidence. This reliability makes it easier to integrate into power systems and long-term planning. Unlike wind or sunlight, tidal energy does not fluctuate wildly from one day to the next. The moon follows its path with steady patience. In the coming decades, as societies continue their shift toward renewable energy, tidal power may take on a larger role, especially in coastal regions where designs can be adapted to local conditions. Advances in materials, engineering, and deployment may make underwater turbines more affordable, more efficient, and gentler on marine life. One day, the quiet movement of the sea may help light kitchens, power trains, or charge the very device carrying this voice. A subtle energy drawn from an ancient rhythm, moving unseen beneath the surface. So the next time you stand by the shore and feel the tide brush against your ankles, remember that there is power in that motion. Not only the power that shifts boats or stirs seaweed, but power capable of illuminating cities, a force that begins far away, nearly 400,000 kilometers from Earth, with the moon whispering softly to the ocean, and the ocean answering faithfully with every rise and every fall. Each night, as the moon glows quietly overhead, something extraordinary unfolds across the surface of the planet. It does not roar, it does not flash, yet it moves mountains of water quite literally. This gentle and predictable force is not merely a curiosity or a convenience for seaside wanderers. It is a fundamental part of how Earth functions, that they are more than shifting water levels. They are a conversation between Earth and the moon, a soft and endless dialogue spoken in the language of gravity. You can think of tides as Earth answering the moon pull. The moon draws near, and the oceans lean inward. It is not a sharp tug, not a rope-pulled tide, but a slow invitation that the seas have been answering for more than 4 billion years. Earth responds in return, not only with water, but with motion, balance, and even time itself. Tides shape more than coastlines. They influence animal behavior, planetary stability, and the pace at which the world turns. At the center of it all, the moon keeps time, quietly and faithfully. Pause for a moment to appreciate what a remarkable partner the moon has been. Unlike the sun, which burns and flares, the moon is reserved. It reflects rather than radiates. It drifts rather than blazes. And yet it is the moon that guides the daily rise and fall of the ocean. It repeats the same gentle request each day. Come closer, then release. That request creates tidal bulges. Yet those bulges are not perfectly aligned with the moon position in the sky. Because Earth rotates, the ocean bulges lag just slightly ahead of the moon. This small offset creates a twisting force, a torque, that nudges the moon forward in its orbit while slowing Earth rotation. In effect, Earth gives the moon a quiet push, offering a little momentum. The moon responds by drifting farther away, about 3.8 centimeters each year. As it does, Earth days lengthen almost imperceptibly. In a few 100 million years, a single day may stretch beyond 25 hours. This ongoing exchange is known as tidal locking in progress. Far in the future, billions of years from now, the moon may be so distant and Earth rotation so slow that the same face of Earth always looks toward the moon, just as the moon already shows only one side to us. The conversation would settle into a still and balanced pose, a final and quiet embrace. That moment is very far away. For now, we live in a golden age of tides. The moon still circles, Earth still turns, and the oceans still breathe twice each day. This rhythm governs far more than shorelines. Tides influence climate. Pictuity. They help move heat and nutrients through ocean layers, supporting large-scale currents and keeping marine environments oxygen-rich and alive. Without tides, the deep ocean could stagnate, becoming colder, quieter, and less welcoming to life. Tides also guide migration. Piloted is absent. Tasty. Tides also guide migration. Many sea creatures use the lunar cycle as a biological clock. Sea turtles often hatch during specific tidal phases to improve their chances of survival. Plankton rise and fall with the tides. Fish feed on plankton. Birds feed on fish. Life connects in a chain tuned to the moon rhythm. Human cultures have been shaped by this pull as well. Calendars followed lunar cycles. Coastal settlements formed around tidal patterns. Languages and stories grew rich with metaphors of rising and falling seas, reflecting an awareness of something vast and enduring beyond the horizon. The moon has shaped Earth into what it is today, and each night, as it glows softly above, the conversation continues, quiet, patient, and powerful. Without the moon, Earth's axial tilt would wander more wildly, unsettling seasons and climates, and making long-term stability far less certain. The moon acts as a gravitational stabilizer, keeping Earth's spin calm and measured. Without this quiet influence, the regular seasons and steady climate that allowed life to take root might never have existed. Might never have existed. The moon gives Earth its composure and its balance. And there is something deeply comforting in that. Something far away and silent, offering such a gentle and faithful guidance. We are connected quite literally to something beyond our planet. We do not only orbit the sun, we dance with the moon. This gravitational relationship, ancient as it is, remains alive and present. Our modern world may glow with artificial light and hum with constant motion, yet the moon rhythm continues untouched. If you walk along a beach at night or look out across a harbor, and you can still see it. Boats lift slightly on their moorings. Faint suns grease into delicate ripples. Shorebirds explore newly revealed shallows for a final quiet meal before the water returns. And perhaps you feel it too. The slow pulse of the planet responding to something distant. The moon, ever the quiet companion, shapes the tides without ceremony. No engines, no schedules, only gravity and presence. When life feels overwhelming or disconnected, remember this. Every few hours the entire ocean rises and falls, guided by a force unseen yet utterly dependable. The moon remains above, pulling gently. The world answers in tides, in rhythms, in whispers between sea and sky. And so, as we reach the end of this journey, we return to where we began, standing at the edge of the sea, listening to the calm rhythm of the tide. Perhaps now you see them differently. Not merely waves advancing and retreating, but part of an ancient conversation between Earth and Moon. A gravitational duet that began long before we arrived, and will continue long after we are gone. We have drifted through the science, from swelling oceans and turning Earth, to moon-guided migrations and the slow stretching of time itself. We have wandered rocky shores and underwater turbines, seen monks grinding grain with seawater and crabs timing their lives to moonlight. We have learned that the moon, despite its quiet presence, is among the most powerful forces shaping our world. The tide, for all its calm repetition, is never simple. It is constant yet never still, predictable yet endlessly varied. A soft-spoken force with the power to sculpt coastlines, nourish ecosystems, and gently slow the turning of the earth. Now, as you rest back, perhaps already drifting towards sleep, I hope the tides of this story have carried you to that soft space between waking and dreaming. I tried not to make it too engaging, but if you remain awake, at least you have carried something curious with you about the moon, the ocean, and the dance they share. If this journey felt comforting, I would be quietly grateful if you offered a gentle show of support by liking the video or subscribing for more peaceful explorations with the Sleepy Club. Hush, it truly helps more than you might think. And before sleep takes you, I would still love to know where you are listening from. What hour holds you now? You are always welcome to share if it feels right. It is a quiet joy to see this small community ripple across continents and time zones. Wherever you are, and whatever the hour, may your tides be calm, your moon be bright, and your dreams be guided gently by the same forces that have always moved the sea. Good night.